Graphic glitch.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Why would you put it in the fire room? What have you done?
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Totes Adorbs, and hello, Shell Stalker. How is everyone doing today? Can you hear me? I'm going to pause the music. Hello, hello. Yes. I don't want to say anything in case I jinx it. Her father-in-law. Nice one, Totes Adorbs. Nice one. Yeah, yesterday was a train wreck because my bitrate keeps tanking. So what I did was I uninstall any of the studios I have, like both the Stream Elements and OBS, and reinstalled OBS. And I haven't tested it since, well, right now actually. You're tired as fuck. Oh no, Shao. Did you just get off of work? Well, it can't be Totes Adorbs. I finished that game. Also, that cat is really, really cute. So it can't have. Oh no! So you'd have to wash them by... Oh, you hand washed your clothes? That sounds like an absolute pain. What if they don't have a dishwasher though? I don't have a dishwasher unless you count my husband as one. My boyfriend calls me that. I don't really mind it. I don't mind dishwashing as long as I hear like something to do it. As long as I listen to something. But what I really hate is drying the dishes and putting them away. But my boyfriend likes doing that, so we compromise. I wash the dishes and he dries them. So that he dries them and puts them away. The same goes for washing clothes. I like to start things and he likes to finish things, so it works out. Not this month. It had to be postponed to the beginning of October because we'll be very, very busy. Because we'll be very busy doing September. Hello, Naughty Ferret. Hello, lovely. Welcome, welcome to the stream. Sticks cookie through the screen. I don't know what that means. Do we dip them in my tea? To be fair, I do it too. That's probably why I don't like drying the dishes. But my boyfriend and his family does it, so I let him do it. Well, I was so excited to see the new stream setup, my new move. Oh my goodness, I don't think it would be anything special. I don't think I would like decorate the room because my computer would be in the living room. Anything is special. Oh, bless you, Shell Stalker. Bless you. Oh, I wish. I wish. But I doubt my boyfriend would like that. His favorite color is orange, so. Oh, black and orange. That is tiger themed. Going full tiger. I don't think that would go well. Okay. Full on tiger theme. I do have like my own little corner in the living room. Maybe I could make that as a tiger theme. That would be super cool. But we do have like a purple kitchen and a really spacious living room. Depends on the pink. I don't like hot pink. Do I like hot pink? Only with black. I do like rosy pink. I also love purple. Purple's my favorite color. We even have like joysticks of one's orange and one's purple to represent our favorite colors, but I always say that they represent Crash Bandicoot and Spyro the Dragon because that's just my inner child coming out, and I'm like, yes, purple and orange. Purple and orange go so well together. Anyway, let's get straight to the game of maroon. That's like dark red, right? How would you describe maroon? It's like a purpley red. It's just gonna give me maroon 5. Color, thank you. You spelled color wrong. Dark. Sexy lipstick red. Yeah, I don't think it goes well with pink though. Hi, Geek Tom Plays. Hello, lovely. Let me give you a shout out. How are you doing today? Lots of lovely peeps here and there. Are you still playing Tower of Fantasy? Oh shit, you were playing League of Legends. Ah. How is Tower of Fantasy? I've been meaning to dabble into it. Yeah, red and pink, in my personal opinion, does not go well together because red and pink are kind of similar. Because pink has red in it. Because you make red and white. Because you mix red and white to make pink, so they're a little too similar. So it's always good to always look at the color wheel, and the colors opposite would most likely, in a color wheel, will most likely go well together. They are called contemporary colors. So red and green go well together. So there's Christmas, so those are Christmas colors. Yellow and purple. Yellow and purple is a hit or miss. I think it depends on the tone. Sometimes that will go well together, and blue and orange goes well together. And fun fact, if you mix those contemporary colors together, you would get brown. Always brown. Out of curiosity, no mods, me and my mods are the only ones who could make a shout out. That is why. How are you doing, Tom? How are things? All right, let us continue. We have started this game, but I decided to not save so that I could start again. We haven't really done anything in court, really, to be honest. What happened was I keep getting out of connection. I don't know if it is me. I don't know if it is Twitch. It most likely be Twitch. I don't know if it's the OBS. But the bitrate keeps tanking and I keep losing connection. So what I did is I uninstalled OBS and reinstalled. I gave it a day to sort itself out, and touch wood, it's okay now. So we'll keep an eye on it. Oh, it got to where it was. Okay. So we've only just been... So we're currently talking about Kazuma on the previous of what happened at court. I'm surprised I'm still VIP, to be honest. I come and go very irregularly. I'll disappear for like 3 to 6 months and then reappear. No, that's perfectly fine. That is perfectly fine. I still have other people VIP who haven't been here for like ever. For like a good long while. To be fair, I haven't really updated my VIP list. I have been neglecting it. I am liking Tower Fantasy a lot. Was going to stream it more last night, but my internet was being janky because of the weather. So it's not just you? I was having problems streaming last night. Did something happen last night with the connection? I was having so many problems last night. Maybe something happened in England. But Charles Stalker also streamed and she was fine. Phoenix Night Amber Heard. Now that would be... You haven't watched Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's trial? Phoenix Wright style? Oh my god, oh my god. Let me share it to it on Twitch. Somebody did the trial in Phoenix Wright style. Yes, it's on YouTube. I'll see if I can find it. Trial. God damn it. Where are you? Animated. Oh, come on. Aha. So I think they're still making it. There is like 11 episodes. I'll send you the playlist. It's called Objection Hearsay. What if Johnny Depp trial is an ace attorney? I just want to view the playlist. There we go. There we go. So this is the playlist of someone did. There's already like 11 episodes of it. Yeah, the weather made my network so janky with the storm. It must have been my network then. Oh, you had a storm? I didn't. It might be Twitch. It would be a mystery. If you have fiber optic, you're fine. I don't have fiber optic. I'm sorry. I don't know what fiber optic is. For 3 days, 4 hours, 4 minutes, and 48 seconds. On what? I'm very, very confused. It's about to be gold. Yes, check it out. Check it out. You can watch it now if you want. Okay, I'm just going to recap on what happened for anyone who needs catching up. So, we are currently being framed for shooting a English professor called John Wilson, and this is around the time when Japan and Britain were becoming alliances around this time. We're talking around Victorian era, and they currently and so we are trying to show that we didn't shoot the professor, but there was somebody else on the table with the professor that might be the killer, this gentlewoman. And however, people have been saying, what are you talking about? There was no woman on the table. It was just the professor. All there was a professor with wine and a plate of steak. But there's the catch. We just got the dental records of John Wilson just been to the dentist to have an anesthesia for something. And it says that this patient, the John Wilson, was not allowed to have anything to eat or drink except water for 3 hours after anesthesia. But there was food and wine on the table, which means that somebody was at this table. It confirms that this woman would be there. And so this is where we figure out who this woman is, why was she there, and is she the killer? This is the longest first trial I've ever done. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. Oh yeah, and the waiter that says he witnessed things is actually a detective who's controlling the whole operation to make sure that people have said that there was no woman on the table. Why? I have no idea. Fiber optic replaces copper wiring with glass tubing, so instead of copper, data is transferred via light. But yeah, the weather across the UK yesterday made the internet jank. See, I didn't have any storm. It's still pretty hot here. Is it still hot where you are, Tom? I was just on my way out to the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up, bang! I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet. And he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. I don't know what degrees it is, but it's very hot in my room. It rained a bit here too. It rained a bit sometime during lunchtime, which is nice. Not gonna lie, I was a bit excited. I could go more in. Nah, it's alright. I wish it would rain. It will rain. It will rain. Apparently, it's going to rain this week. Fast thinking by the detective. He apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Oh, the little rascal. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. I feel like that's an old man. Yes. "64 Fahrenheit in your house, nice and comfy." Or 17 Celsius and... Well, isn't that nice of you, totes adorbs? So do you want to come into Britain and deal with our heat? Deal with the humidity of it all? I mean, parts of London have flooded from the downpour. There was a downpour in London? Oh, I hope everyone is okay. I was in London. I was in London. But I don't know what for. What was I in London for? For a party! There we go. Okay, never mind. Ooh, okay, that's rough. That's rough. Can spoon water out the air. So do you have like air conditioning in your house then? We don't have air conditioning here. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system, even more so. Which is why... I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. Almost every house in the US have their own... Oh, that... We don't have AC in English houses. We have heating. We do have heating. We don't have AC though. It only rained a little bit from where I am, and I'm like... What? 30-40 minutes train ride away from London? You have AC? You rich? Where can I get this AC? All I have is a fan, which I'm sure that you guys can hear going around. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. It might be cancelled though. Well, it makes no difference. Royal or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. You go, dude. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. You're so lucky. You're so lucky. I haven't got AC and I don't know anyone who has AC. You are a rarity. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. But somebody stuffed me in the pantry. I want that. I want that. That sounds so nice. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. That's a little sus, my dude. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. I want some AC, so do I, Shell Stalker, so do I. My boyfriend's place is the worst as well, because he has underfloor heating, and he also has an argon, and his house was made to is insulated, so it keeps all the heat in, but they have no AC, and so it's so hot in there. It's a pizza oven. It is. Sorry, not Aga. But every summer they turn the Aga off, which, in my opinion, makes no difference. No, I'm going to be honest. I do not want to move to America. I think that's one of the few places I don't want to move to. Particularly of the new abortion laws. No. No. America is really scary to me at the moment. Sorry to any Americans who's watching. Oh, fuck off, Fly. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. I try not to be political, but the abortion laws is what threw me off of America. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. That is true. I mean, apart from our Prime Minister, who I have no idea is resigning or not. But UK seems to be a tiny bit better. The petrol prices are going down, which is nice. But so I agree but disagree with you. But don't. UK could be better. There is, yeah, but the woman, but there are women who goes through, who's, how to put this? The reason why a choice for abortion was very important was because is because you do deserve that choice. They deserve that choice to have an abortion, particularly if it involves their health, and especially for those was in a very serious predicament that caused it like that. Especially when it comes to women's health, where pregnancy could deter their life, abortion is an important choice. So I'll probably get hate for this as well. I am all for abortions. I have no problem saying that. Actually, I'm just gonna say it. Even if they weren't in a serious predicament, or if their health isn't at risk from pregnancy, they can still have an abortion if they want to. I'm going to be honest. I don't know. Is a dude having an opinion about abortion a bad thing? I mean, I would disagree if your opinions are different from mine, but I don't know. That's a very interesting take. I'm not entirely sure on that front. I don't know. I'm not going to get into that. In my opinion, that doesn't make any sense. Nah. That doesn't make any sense to me. Because I believe sex to be fun. And yes, there are different kinds of protections as well. But I think sex should be fun in whatever way. And protection isn't 100% effective. You can still get pregnant from having protection. Like a condom could get broken. Maybe you accidentally missed a trial of birth controls. Also, those things happen. And I think another reason why abortion choices is also a very important option. Maybe you don't have any financial stability or mental stability or any stability to take care of another human being. Also, what happens if a woman did get manipulated into having sex and would end up getting pregnant? So that I would disagree. Because even with protection, you still have a risk of getting pregnant. I have no idea where I am. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. But even if they choose not to have protection, I still think an abortion choice should be there. Should be there, because if they're dealing with the consequences, so is the baby, and that wouldn't be fair on the baby. But I've no doubt that you pair will pull up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now then, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Well, I think she has a question here. Defendant Naruhodo, court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Yay, Kazuma! Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. Oh, something's gonna happen to him. Something's gonna happen to him. I can already feel it. With an extra large portion, of course. Something's gonna happen to him. Something's gonna happen to him. (22nd of November, 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Yay. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Ochi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Ugh, sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders?
Oh, I can't put more stuff on the beanie. The Streamlabs won't let me. Which just sucks. Probably needs more, but I don't know what to put on it. I'll have a think about it. RIP? Maybe. Maybe the RIP emote. Who knows? I'll have a look into it. I really like the mugs though. see, that's cute. That's a sports beanie, isn't it? I can't put stripes on the beanie. Again, the Streamlabs won't let me. Which really sucks, I know. But you are correct. Just a few little designs and pap. Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? I can't do his voice properly. A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Oh, such a power move. Such a power move. I do love Mulan. I haven't watched the new movie though of Mulan. I'm kind of scared to. But I do love the cartoon. I do love Mulan. Not sure about the second one though. I don't know. I feel like the second Mulan was a hit and miss, so I might need to watch that again. Other Disney movies I like. Yeah, it did feel like a money grab. It's alright. I like that the three guys get their love interests. I think that's really cute. Just shocking everyone. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking a stand. Okay, here we go. The visiting student from Great Britain, Mr. Giselle The Gentlewoman! The Gentlewoman! Let's go! Let's go! The Gentlewoman! Yes! Yes! Your Excellency! Your Excellency! Where is she? She looks fancy. She has a swan on her head. She has a swan on her head. I wonder if the swan will fly away. Because you like Nightmare Before Christmas? It's a very good film. I need to watch Nightmare Before Christmas again, actually. It's a very good film. No, you haven't told me why, actually. Well, wow, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea. I mean, he's right. He's right. He's right. Gotta have some tea. Where are the biscuits too? You gotta have biscuits with tea. Right. You do have biscuits, right? Is that true? No idea. It's super true. It's super duper true.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as a head waiter at La Carnival.
Yes, we know all about you already.
I didn't click. It just went automatically.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first.
I love the judge. I love the judge. Because I never told them what I like. So they noticed I watch NBC more than any other film. So they started to give me it for birth. And it's been a thing to give me for over 25 years. Even my car's interior is entirely decked out in it, like literally everything inside. I love the movie, but not that much. But I don't have the heart to tell him to stop. Oh, I think that's cute. I think that's cute. I think people are the same with me with Studio Ghibli films. Which I do love, by the way. That's the thing I could deck out in my corner. A Studio Ghibli theme. Instead of you know those Snorlax bean bags? What about a Totoro bean bag? Though that won't be good for my back if I go use it on the computer. But they think about it. Is that true? No idea. Dude, aren't you going to Britain for a study tour? You gotta know these things. You gotta know the culture. Oh, I like that idea. If you're going to do that, get an electronic digital light display of fireflies in a jar. Look, I don't like Grave of the Fireflies. It's too sad, but that's a fantastic idea. That is a fantastic... I like that idea. I love that idea. Get so many different like Studio Ghibli stuff. The reason... Although... my dad is so not a fan of either films or anime, but he does love Studio Ghibli, and Grave of the Fireflies is his favorite. Because he believes the film is very important to understand World War II. He does love historical stuff. And I agree with him. He also likes Only Yesterday as well. For someone who says he doesn't like slice of life stuff, he likes things that contain slice of life. But yes, Grave of the Fireflies is very sad. If you have Heart of Steel, I do recommend it. It's very good. It's very important. But yes, do have a box of tissues with you. It's the saddest. That's the thing with Studio Ghibli I really like. It's really based off books. Those films are really based off books. I think they're still continuing that as well. That line. It either feels like something real, like anything about environmental issues, anything from books, like as you said, Journal of an Actual Soldier. I think you said that before, actually. House Moving Castle, that was a book before it was a film. You have, help me out here. Castle in the Sky. I don't want to say the actual name because it actually sounds exceedingly rude in a different language, but Castle in the Sky is actually based off a book from the 1800s. Good taste. I do like The Wind Rises. I do love Up the Poppy Hill. I think that's very, very good. Ponyo is super cute. I think there is a Studio Ghibli film I haven't watched. Princess Kaguya. I haven't watched Princess Kaguya. I've been meaning to watch it. It's based off a folk tale about Princess Kaguya, and I haven't watched it yet. I really should, because it's my kind of style, because it's done traditionally on watercolors and it looks so pretty. And another one is My Neighbors the Yamadas. I haven't watched that either. Again, done in watercolors, but hopefully I will. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. I mean, she is a woman. It means whore. Or slut. Yeah. Slut. Hooker. Yeah, bitch. Whore. Just lots of things, really. Lots of terrible things. Okay, oh, it means fucking as well. Who wants to go to the fucking castle in the sky? Proceeds to say all of the curse words. Say all the curse words. I have no problem with cursing. To be fair, I pretty much grew up with cursing around me. We are British after all. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Believe me, I grew up with South Park and Bottom, so... So yeah, and they're known for saying swear words. Sorry everyone who is sensitive to swear words, but there will be times where it will just come out without me realizing. Guilty. So dear lady, once again. No, that's wrong voice. So dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. I can't see her eyes. Huh? Can anyone read that? That's a Sifa Bernadette moment. I have not watched Castlevania. I'm so sorry. She's all goody-goody, but then offers to piss in the bucket and give it to Trevor to drink, thinking it's beer. Somebody did that in Bottom, actually. He was really bursting to go, but for some reason he's not allowed to go to the toilet, so he pissed in a glass. And somebody else drank it, thinking it was an alcohol. I'm sorry, I love crude humor. She must have been speaking in a different language. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. I presume this is her speaking in English while everyone else was speaking in Japanese. So for me, this is a little bit confusing. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yumei University's medical faculty. Oh
My, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You obviously do fine in England, Casimir. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? Is this what British looks like? Is this what British supposed to look like? Just some random curse. That's hilarious. I can see an of there and the... She says, yeah, that's a yes. I call bullshit. That does not look like a yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. Oh, but she understands it. Don't say she just says yes. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. Oh, it says following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? So this is the picture. You can see the steak and wine. So I presume that is Giselle's. Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say... Yes. Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. I love her dress. Order in court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Why is she hiding her eyes? A frightening and sorrowful sight, okay. Lol. I mean, fair enough. I need the loo. Should I get some more tea? I feel like I need some more tea. I will be right back. I'm scared to...
Alright, I am back. What do you mean you did it once? Dehydrating? Were you dehydrating on purpose? Don't do that. I got my tea. I hope everyone has got their tea, coffee, or anything. Let's see what this lady has to say. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. Sure. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. Of course, because, as I said, John Wilson had anesthesia with the dentist, where he couldn't eat or drink for 3 hours, except water. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Sounds a little overprojection. Oh shit! Oh, do drink. Oh, you were at work. No, no fun at all. Oh, I'm glad you're okay now, Totes Adorbs. I think last time I saw like dehydration was my dad. He had like 4 to 5 coffees, 4 to 5 cups of coffees, and he fainted because coffee actually dehydrates you. absolutely. And not just any liquid, because obviously there are liquids that do dehydrate you, like coffee and water. No, water? Water hydrates you. What am I talking about? Coffee, alcohol, and even some fizzy drinks as well. Make sure you have water. Absolutely. I have water because tea will not be enough of a hydration. Always have water. But yes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. My favourite is literally just water with lemon juice, not concentrate. Also, not squash then. Just like lemon from the fruit. I heard that's really, really nice. Someone had like cucumber in water, and apparently that's really refreshing as well. This is a condemning testimony. Yes! No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all. Objection! Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you black-hearted blackguard! And look at this snow-white angel! I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. You're still making the same mistakes, Funesco. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. Liberty's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. Oh yeah, you look like you're so affected, aren't you? You're so affected by the killing of the professor, with that small smile on your face. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. But she's concealing her face, though. We can't see her face. And put the skins from oranges. Okay, let us see if there's any minutes and pop it in the fridge. Ah! Yeah, my boyfriend's mom actually made iced tea with like a citrus iced tea with like lemons and limes and oranges. It's very nice, very nice. I agree to that. I think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. I agree. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. You can stuff it in your jacket. You can stuff it down your corset. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. You can stuff it between your boobs. She's quite big boobs. Ugh, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Oh yeah, the stockings. Absolutely, I was thinking the stockings. Like put it. Yeah. Why did I think stuffing the gun down between her boobs? I meant, you know, like she could. Yes, the stocking. If you sort of. Well, hang on a minute. Boobs, there might be magic, but I don't think it could carry guns under our boobs. Don't think about doing anything rash in this game. But I didn't fire the gun. I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. How? Lift up her skirt. Don't forget, her lipstick could be poisonous. We're not looking at the poison, though. We're looking at the shot. She shot somebody. What's a lipstick got to do with anything? She didn't... There was no kiss marks or anything. Oh, we saw that smirk, you little devil. We saw that. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Lipstick could be poisonous. This isn't Game of Thrones. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day.
Yes!
Oh, I hate yes. After 2 p.m. in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection! You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are on vogue, isn't that right? Is it? I've never had a late lunch in my life.
Ellen I cannot say the name. Ellen DeGeneres? Vaguely. She once had a girl on her show that showcased how much stuff she could stick into her bra. She had 4 bottles of vodka hidden, and you couldn't even tell. She was a fairly heavy woman, but still. That depends on the bar. I think you would have purposefully big cups so that you'd be able to hide things. Plus a ton of other shit hidden in there too. To be fair though, I did have a friend who can carry her mobile phone and a pack of cigarettes in her bar and sneak them into school. Actually, she sneaked vodka into school, but it wasn't in a bar, it was in a water bottle. But that's just I was with the worst people. Anyway, yes, but they're uncomfortable, and bars are super uncomfortable. I don't wear a bra. I'm a free nipple girl. Not right now, but I just hate bras. But I only wear them for special occasion. I don't know. Oh, Chernobyl incident. Oh yeah, I heard of that. That's very clever though. That's very clever. If your bras don't fit, use them as a mask. Great idea. No. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yeah. Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is.
We have intelligence? So... So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak.
Yes!
Just keep pressing. He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed. That's why he had anesthesia. You just had the tooth removed at Hotter Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. Interesting. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. Ooh. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience to have travelled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Eyes are eyes. Eyes tell the truth. She is Giltero. Gitero. I agree. Also, even if she's wearing a masquerade mask like that, surely you should be able to see their eyes. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? Well, he must have. He's allowed to have water. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Wait, can people under anesthesia have carbonated water? I mean, I know it's still water, but it's carbonated. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. Okay, so he can have carbonated water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? It's very meaningful. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. Look at that smile. What an evil smile. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. Oh, there's something. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. Oh, he looks unimpressed. I ordered a beef steak for myself and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. What do you think? That don't look like carbonated water to me. Also, there's only one glass.
Yes!
That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is, it's odd, very odd. Well said, Ryunosuke. You're very articulate, darling. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ugh. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water.
but if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah. You're quite right, Council. There's only 1 glass pictured here. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over Minute? Is it Minute? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case? Minute, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. I haven't seen him cough blood once in this trial. I mean, in this trial, but not in this stream. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. That guy with the sexy flowing in the wind bandana, very sus. Amongst levels of sus. Why is he sus? We love Kazuma. I feel like something's gonna happen to him though. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. Sorry. Or gomene? Is that Japanese for sorry? There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that the student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That's absurd. Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young and beautiful woman of mischief? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. Kazuma is not guilty. You can't make someone guilty just because of a bandana. This is his style. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. Also, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. Then why did she take it? This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning. Now you agreed that his reasoning is logical. But in the end, it comes to nothing. No, this is way before Phoenix. So this is 18 something. The late 1800s. So this has happened way before Phoenix. However, Ryunosuke, the guy who we are being, is the ancestor of Phoenix. And I'm sure we're going to meet some other ancestors along the way. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. He is Asian. Yep, everything here is set in Japan. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Oh, same. I would make a terrible detective and attorney as well. Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's the glass. If you ask me, it's the fact that she took the glass that has a deeper significance here. Why do you think that? Because it's the property of the restaurant. It's not some harmless act of pilfering, like taking a bar of soap home from the public baths, is it? You take soap from the public baths? What? No? I mean, that isn't significant here. It's very significant, but this isn't the time or the place. There are more important things to concentrate on now. I think maybe you should reconsider your position too. Ugh, sorry, I will. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her hand. Oh, so the glass was not correct. So the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Wait a minute, a glass is not small. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Oh! Ow! There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Yes! I did not think of that. That deserves a sip of tea. Yes. Yes. But what she forgot to mention was a handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order, order, order. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Orchie?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Oh, now you cough. That's it, go cough. Oh, you done gooped. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. I mean, who says we have no faith in the police? We have no faith in you. You were not doing your job. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. Who took a picture of her handbag? This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. Where was the lady? I'm so genuinely confused. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. That just raises more questions, actually. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. Why is the handbag see-through? What a shitty handbag. What if I wanted to, you know, what if I got female products in there? Can you, no, I will not believe that a handbag looks like you stuff things in the handbag in order to see through what's inside. It's fancy. That's a fancy way of saying it's shit. That's the most impractical bag I've ever seen. And I've got plenty of practical bags. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. Ain't nothing taboo about lady products. Yes, but people don't want to show them to the world. Or feels like it showed them to the world. I do agree, there's nothing taboo about ladies' products, but we don't want to show that we're carrying them. It's a very private thing. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly, a shit bag. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Who would carry a gun in a bag that clearly shows you can see things inside? It is clear that that is not the inside of a bag, is it? There's clearly another pouch. You're absolute div. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Also, we're talking about a very beautiful, very attractive, very rich woman in the late 1800s. If people see what's in her bag, she would get fucking mugged. So I do not believe that is the inside of her bag. I believe that is decorative and that there is another pouch.
as icky. I agree. I don't like that at all. However, periods itself is very icky. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. But don't judge. But don't blame a woman for having a period. It is completely uncontrollable.
Ah.
Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Part of life, it's natural. I hate it. It is natural. I still hate it. Big Vile, hello! Long time, lovely. Long time. How have you been? Sorry, you came into us talking about periods and lady products. I do apologize. How are you, lovely?
Wah!
Wah! Order, order. Inspector Hosonaga, you'll submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. And back on a chair by the victim's table. Then where was the girl? Good, you? I am good. Still dealing with the heat in England, but doing very good. We are playing Ace Attorney, which I can't be able to play last night because of the connection issues that apparently happened throughout England. But now I am here to be able to play Ace Attorney, which is good, which is good. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. Ugh. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter. Oh, I did not read whatever that says.
Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? His headband is not flowing. What's happened? Kazuma? He's dead. He's dead. I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it?
I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak come meat while the strong eat.
He's the evil guy. He's an asshole.
You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
Kazuma's not evil. He's helping us. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma? Never petted a single... Of course he has. I bet you he has petted a doggo. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. What do I call? Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
You seem to will be able to report to the British government on time after all.
I'm hoping we get to meet the ancestor of Miles Edgeworth. I love Miles Edgeworth. That smuggle. Yonosuke Naruhodo. Having considered all of the evidence placed before me,
Yes.
I hereby... What? Wait! Your Excellency! Oh, that is so cute. There is one camera that showed a parcel delivery person dressing up as Mickey Mouse for the kid, which is super cute, for his birthday, and present him a PlayStation 5. It's adorable. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting a bit tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Your Excellency, just a moment ago, you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching.
Clutch. Ah, see what you did there, Archie. I see what you did there. Clutching. Ah.
Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly. The new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I failed to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Not the handbag, the wrist. What is that tattoo?
Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. I wish Phoenix was at the Hurt versus Depp case. Yes, but there was someone even better, Camille Vasquez, and we all love Camille. But this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I had put my finger on it. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Your Excellency.
So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. Oh no, I mean, she's very, she's very, very, very attractive. And there is no denying that. And I don't blame people for thinking that she is very, very good looking. Because I also think she is very, very good looking. But people we can't deny how fantastic her lawyering is. In my personal opinion. But if people are attracted to her looks, that's also... I can't go against that. She's a very beautiful woman. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. So there's nothing here, but it's definitely the wrist. Oh.
Yes.
Look at this here. World intelligence and professionalism. No one is denying her professionalism and intelligence. I love her lawyering. I think she was exceedingly fantastic. She is very intelligent and she was very professional. But I don't blame people for also finding her physically attractive. That is all I'm saying. There is a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. Ooh.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist. Clearly there's nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent Lady Sahan bag.
Yes, that is a burn mark. That looks like a bull's head, not gonna lie. That is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
It looks like a cow's head. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of his mark. However, as Prosecutor Orchie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. But I would want Morgan Freeman as my lawyer. Fair enough. I bet he would make a great lawyer. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. Oh, no you don't. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. No, he won't. He has the most amazing voice. Everyone would be enthralled by what he's saying. He has the perfect narrator's voice.
I am?
If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. but as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the colour draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. Can I look at my court records now? This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. I want to examine. So it's not this. Oh, this is just the post-mortem. That's all right. Nothing there. Latest business card. Found it. Oh, he burnt himself on the plate. I thought the seating was a bit odd.
Yes.
Nice. What's this, counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. Guilty. Guilty. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. Quoth I forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean.
What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? Yeah.
Yes.
The beefsteak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ah!
Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. Have you thought it's weird that the victim was sitting in front of the food that he's not allowed to eat? Lily could replace the ring girl? Wait, what do you mean? Do I look that horrifying? Replace the ring girl. Ooh, cheek. Come out. You are British. The ring girl wasn't British. Wait, are we talking about the same ring girl? The one that comes out of the television and goes rah 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 rah? That's what she does, right? Was she British? I thought she was Japanese. Since it's been so long, I do have a joke riddle. Ah yes, Big Bro. What is your joke / riddle? Yes. I would guess it's some sort of trademark for La Carnival. I have heard of it. I have heard of it, but I don't like horror movies. However, when I was a teenager, me and a lot of my friends in teens in my secondary school absolutely always played The Grudge website game that used to be on, and you have to go around and find the clues about the grudge before you die. What do you call a teacher that is good at every subject but only works part-time and a sandwich given to you by a friend? I want to think about this. I am an attorney after all. What do you call a teacher that is good at every subject but only works part-time and a sandwich given to you by a friend? A big cut. That's all I can think of. A half. You know, like a cut of salary? Or a cut? A half a cut? Like a cut of sandwich? A big cut? No? Am I wrong? I'm super wrong. Oh, is the real answer vulgar, or was my answer vulgar? Because it could interpret as something completely different.
I hope you like it.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Bigrow 1234 has gifted a sub to TundraWolf 15.
Ah, Big Ro! Thank you ever so much for gifting 2 subs. Thank you ever so much. You didn't have to do that, Big Ro. Thank you for gifting subs to Bertie and to TundraWolf. It's very kind of you. Thank you ever so much. Your answer was vulgar in the American language. Wait, really? Oh, that's the answer? I got it a big cut. Oh my god. Yes. That's the answer. Wait, what does the big cut mean in America? They're like cut a sandwich in half, cut a salary in half. Yes. I am smart. That's why I'm an attorney. Again, Big Ro, thank you ever so much for gifting 2 subs to Bertie and TundraWolf. And Bertie and TundraWolf, if you're there, I do hope that you very much enjoy your badge and your emotes. Oh,
have you only gifted one sub, Big Ro? According to this, you gifted 2. Oh shit. I can pay you back if you want. The answer to the riddle is a gifted... Oh, I got so happy. Oh, a gifted sub. That makes much more sense. Oh, well, I feel like an idiot. Well then, screw my cut answer. I was thinking like, oh, half a cut of a sandwich. Well then, very clever, Big Ro. Very, very clever. I like it very much. That is a much better answer than mine. But again, thank you ever so much for the gifted subs. I very much appreciate it. Wait, what's lewd? I don't understand. What's lewd? The cut? I don't understand. What was lewd about my one? Please explain. I don't understand how my answer is lewd. I'm missing something here. I'm very curious how my answer is lewd. I won't explain because the explanation isn't toads or daubs. Is it sexual? But I didn't say the C word. I said a cut. What are you talking about? Like cutting with your scissors? Cutting a sandwich in half? You're the lewd one. You're the lewd one. I didn't say the word. You're the one who automatically heard it. As a matter of fact, I will never ever say the C word. I will say everything else. Will never say the C word. So, he thought I was saying, when I said cut, he thought I was saying the C word. You know, a word that rhymes with runt. That one. I mean, I am right. I don't have to think it. I did say cut. This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Haha.
Ryunosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before. Or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Objection! Sadly, Prosecutor Orchi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. When you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
Ben! Oh, Orchi.
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the presence just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Yeah, it looks like a deep burn. At first I thought it was a tattoo. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. Ouch. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, you're not the head waiter of Carnival. You're not the head waiter. You're a detective pretending to be a head waiter. I could testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Okay.
Yes!
Yes.
There you have it. Something isn't right here.
As the detective said,
Anyone who burnt themselves on the piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain.
for 3 whole seconds. If I touched something hot, I would react immediately. Like, I wouldn't hold it there for 3 seconds, which means that somebody must have held his hand onto the plate. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antique dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Orchi?
Well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think the burn was caused after he was shot? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. Ooh. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting
Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? I see she's the only one who's not shocked. Huh? Funny that. Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. Yes. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Order, please! Council, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's all right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Orchi, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. She's very hidden. She kind of scares me. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But, Your Excellency!
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. That's it. Put your mask on. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'll be delighted to help. She sounds very British. I mean, I'll be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. What the fuck is she doing? Is she curtsying? Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all. But why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Wow. Fucking wow. You horrid bitch. Vulgar tones. I love Japanese. It's a beautiful language. All languages are beautiful in my humble opinion. I would love to learn them all. You're vulgar, bitch. God. British isn't beautiful, super vulgar. Not everyone in Britain swears as much as I do. Don't you worry. The Queen's English, people do not curse in the Queen's English. In other English accents, you will hear like, you would hear like swearing sometimes. In some places more than others. But no, British can be beautiful. I do like
I do like a northern accent. I do love hearing that. It's just so comforting to hear the northern accent. My British can be too posh for some people. I don't know why, but yeah. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Wow, what a bitch. I can assure you that people in Britain, there are people in Britain who do not just say like that.
Oh, well... You are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman, is she? We are truly honoured by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. What the fuck are you doing? So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. It certainly is. The victim's wise death, in air quotes, he's dead. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the maid... Excuse... I am losing my voice. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides a gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. I hate her. I hate her. I hate her. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. She was shitting on your justice system. Easy does it. I hope that is the last I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Ooh, I fucking hate that. Saying no offense and then say something offensive, or say something insulting and then afterwards say, oh, I hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. Ugh. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. Oh, I'm not saying in his voice. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today.
The Minister of Justice?
And may that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
Huh?
Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. Why do I get shat on? If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Ugh. I should do that every time I get anxious. Just hit my face. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. Oh, I should be pressing. I should be pressing her. Oh, fuck. I want to... If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. The glass. I wonder... Oh god, maybe you're right, Totes Adorbs. Maybe it was poison, but not from the lips, from the glass. Hang on a second, is there anything... Fatal hemorrhage! Oh shit! Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. What about that, Is that fucking fatal?
Yes.
Oh. What appears to be odd is the way you're presenting yourself. Oh, pay no attention, Your Excellency. As you wish. Now kindly lower your hand. No, but not until I've proven that I'm innocent here. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably won't pick up on it anyway. What do you think, Runosuke? I don't know. I think this could be hard work. She can speak Japanese brilliantly, but she doesn't seem to want to say very much. The more she says, the more she's likely to give away. This English woman knows her that only too well. She's quite formidable. Dr. Wilson's burn tells us something, I'm sure. I need to use this cross-examination to find out what. First things first, I'm going to press her on everything she'd say. I'm trying to make her blurt something out. That's what I was trying to do. What is it, Kazuma? What are you thinking? Oh, don't worry. It's nothing. Ooh, you're thinking something. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that.
Yes.
Okay. But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. Fucking hell. You can't not have noticed, can you? Oh, what a cheeky bitch. What? Oh, she says, what fun. I'm gonna say, such fun. Like Miranda's mum. Such fun. I feel like she would say something like that. Such fun. You hadn't realised. The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Runosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honourable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can. Well, I can't. Anyway. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast.
Yes.
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although... Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table. I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you.
I have enough English to understand that at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you.
Keep dreaming, buddy. I think the detective has given us something there. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides a gunshot.
Yes!
Let's have a look. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes.
Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already have been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Orchi is right. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace? If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height. However a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body.
Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of deaths, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. Poisoning. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it?
Oh no, perish the thought calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, Takatsushi Ochi will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. Ooh. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. What was that? What was that? It doesn't even concur to your naive detectives to try to preserve this crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand?
Ah, killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing! He's actually admitting our police may be flawed.
Perhaps Prosecutor Orchie is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Unesuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. You sure about that? Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find the chink in her armor. Kazuma? What, Unesuke? There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant, if it might present an opening maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Or once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Let's go.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? It's open for business. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Did he lose the evidence? There it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with A and D, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. Oh, that's very interesting. I like that. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with AD and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with space and see what's on his mind. Here we go. Exactly.
Wait. Excuse me.
Excuse me. Gano, what's the meaning of this?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts, deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court. What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. What? You've stolen evidence? A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. The wine bottle. Is that? Not the wine bottle, the carbonated water, duh. This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. I feel like we're going to see more of him. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Ah. Shared on the day of the murder. It was on the victim's table. Poison. Miss Brett? Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervour. But you have no idea what the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides a gunshot. Wait, let's have a look at the glass bottle, shall we? So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Yunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no? You're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke, in more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Is it really? Labels written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. I can't read it. But it definitely doesn't say water. I don't think.
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? You seem very non-reactive to that, my darling. Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? But why? Order, order, order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Giselle Brett, it was you!
Objection!
She scares me. This is outrageous! To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
Objection! This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. The truth! If I may? I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attack. It is you who should be silent. Oh. Oh, of course. Dear lady. I love how she says, shut up. Shut up. Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described the police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time, so you did know that there was poison in the carbonated water. I don't believe it! Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. Maybe it's not water. Don't forget, he has anesthesia. So he may have been drinking alcohol while under anesthesia, and that could redeem fateful? What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No! It's alcohol. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you.
But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. No! It wasn't water, it was alcohol. It was alcohol. I'm sure of it. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. You have a shit hat. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Nope, we are not done. Hi! Please, wait! Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant to the defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. I'm gonna love her. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. No! To be continued? Oh my god! Oh god! Shall we continue? If so, I'm going to have a break so that I can get some food, and then we will continue. So let me go get some food. I suggest you guys, you know, get some food, get some drink, go to the loo and things like that. Although this might be very long. We can continue. We can continue. I really want to know what happens next, but I also need some food. So I will be right back. Let me just start the music. If I can find it. There we go, and I shall see you guys in a little bit.
Never, and I've got to make my decision. This time it could be my moment. Is this a mirage or a chance to fulfill my mission? A river in a dry land, the land is in a lost land, a heartbeat for a demon, a wages in a strange land. I'm given the balance, but I'm standing on razor's edge now. Real quick, all my life is over. One strike just a pain, then I'm out of his field of vision. the bosses of greed and fear. Yeah. Don't ask if I'm ready, but I'm ready to take them down now. The time for a new start is constantly drawing nearer. A river in a dry land, the lessons in a lost head. When the hope of new beginnings burned our feet, now we needed a heartbeat for demon. Oasis in a ceaseless, remind us from here, creating new life.
I am back. It was hot. I got my din-dins and I got my pudding. Shall we start? Let's go. Oh. There we go. I don't know why I wouldn't go back. 22nd of November, 1:14 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Courtroom 2. Go, go, go. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom? A judicial assistant? And a woman, no less. Excuse me?
The will state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
What a detestable human being. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency! I am most grateful.
Who are you exactly?
I'm sorry, there's no time. Please simply accept this for now.
What is it? A report about something? Written in English.
It's Giselle Brett's research.
The Englishwoman's?
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper.
Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case?
I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself.
Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of career and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Sounds terrifying. What the bloody hell does that mean? Career? What's that? I've never heard of that word before. Neither have I.
Time's up! The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
Female trespasser. What a detestable human being you are. I'm so glad that you were only on a tutorial, even though that's one more than I can handle the sight of you.
There was too little time for me to read it in detail. But I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eyes over it.
This is wonderful. Thank you. A report detailing an unknown poison that Miss Brett has been researching during her time at Yumei University.
Goodbye then, and good luck.
You have had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Miss Gay, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer? It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realized it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. She looks like she's from like a noble family, doesn't she? So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Alright, let's have a look. Let's examine. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Ooh. Effects. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry. The above mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render a human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be or patients would die of suffocation. That's terrifying.
Yes!
Mr. Zelbrett. Ooh. We understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University, doing research. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What? What complete and utter nonsense. Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct, which means no matter what tests the police could do for toxins, they'll never identify curare.
Why?
Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
Oh. Oh. Order, order, order. Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report, authored by the visiting research student from England, Cuirae has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. Ooh. And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Cuirae suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett? She is not a happy bunny.
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, it would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. But we said instant death. What do you say to that, Inspector? That he was paralyzed. Sorry, something was in my food. That's dangerous. What do I say to that? Oh, what does the inspector say to that? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean,
The other way around. The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that Cuirae was used. Explain yourself, Cancel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. Oh, that's terrifying. That's absolutely terrifying. Absolutely no. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he would collapse on the floor. But with the chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effect could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow. Kazuma? That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation.
This is terrifying and absolutely horrific. Like, what? No.
No. I'm getting random bones in this. I'm not sure if I want to eat this. I'm gonna leave this. I feel very unsafe eating this. I keep getting random bones. I love this though. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable No, no. That's terrifying. Mm-mm. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. Holy shit! No, what? I don't like this. I don't like this at all. That is the true nature of this deadly cure poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Council, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. If I may. All these facts. You think you're so clever, but you must be taught. Shut up! It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady.
So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them? I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Will you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? No, it's in evidence. Well, yes, I don't see why not. Is she gonna drink it herself? She's gonna drink it herself. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Oh, you sneaky little bitch. The poison's not in the water, it's in the glass. The glass that she's carrying in her purse. You fucking bitch. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Also, where'd you get the glass from? Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers.
Wait, what are you doing?
No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Judge, why did you give her the bottle? Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned.
It's in the glass. I knew it.
So, no Cure. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. A bitch. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Grr. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Ah, yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. Fuck. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. If there's poison in his glass. So how did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? Is that the glass that she had in her handbag? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have killed her with it. Come on, Ryunosuke, we have all the clues now. That bottle of water contains no poison. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me, but sometimes it's in need of a good staining. Until it's as dark as a uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this colour is supposed to represent? That was the gala's ending to a promising line of inquiry council for which it would be penalised. Fuck! It's poison. There. So, the bottle is poisoned. I'm so confused. I'm so good. So it contains poison. I get that, but why? Okay. Go for it, Ryunosuke. The culprit did put Kira poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool! Are you blind? There is no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? Things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, I still think it might be the glass. Then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed? Maybe there's something in the report.
Maybe it's the entry.
Yes! Objection!
Alright. The report is utter gibberish because it's in English. Tickle honest, I'm just reading Sasato's-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to the riddle? So this is a synopsis. Special characteristics, I think. The route of entry. We've been hearing a lot about this career poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Counsel? Ooh. Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Counsel! No, that would be madness! But I actually found the answer to that conundrum. In this research paper here, under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound? You say... I see, that makes... Through the burn mark! Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. Well, it makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Korea enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever.
What?
Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Korea's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little rapscallion. The swan is angry. Oh, Unisque, it turns out. You're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be.
Really? Me?
A lawyer?
Objection!
Oh, all this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it possibly...
Shut up. So the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
Schoolboyish?
Flaw? So even your brain has managed to deduce Curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric suckers.
Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers, what are they?
So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
Ah! That's right. good gracious! That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? But the burn mark. The burn mark. The burn mark. Order in court, order. The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, this QR poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. You cheeky bitch. What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
What a shit objection! Objection? I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? What is this mask? It's like... I shall defend myself with my mask. How dare you? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victims swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. Compelling evidence, as we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare? Maybe...
Take that!
No? I'm sorry, Counsel, but the slipshod manner in which you've tossed that evidence before the court does not inspire confidence. Huh? Listen, Ryunosuke, there's no need to overthink this. We know that Kura's toxic effects only come into play when the poison enters the body via a wound. It has a wound, right? So that can only mean that when Dr. Wilson drank his glass of water, he must have had a wound somewhere that let the poison in. Exactly. So we need some evidence that would prove the professor had a wound inside his... Oh, the tooth! He had his tooth out! Compelling evidence. Oh my god, shit! As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson have been killed by the curare? Let's examine this. Excuse me, can I... This is clearly a record of some kind of medical treatment. And there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction with the use of anesthesia. Extraction? So he had a tooth out! Yes, it sounds like just before he went for lunch, Dr. Wilson had to have a decayed tooth removed. He probably used laughing gas so he couldn't feel anything. It's the latest medical advancement in the West. Heard people talking about this new idea of anesthetic. It's impossible to imagine not being able to feel pain though. There's a cautionary note. Yeah, this tooth out! Shit!
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But What if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Ah! Fuck yes! Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Are you pissed? Are you angry? Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile. What do you mean? We got to the bottom of this. Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. Surely she could go to prison for destroying the evidence. Surely. It's the Englishwoman. She just smashed that bottle. What a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. I wonder if she's like the ancestor of Dahlia Hawthorne. She's giving me the Dahlia Hawthorne vibes. I don't like it. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy, but I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course! You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right, and really looking at this photograph is as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. Oh, so of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day, using curare, and then in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the professor and his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. Yes. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. This is the most tense intro to the game I have ever played. How can this be happening? We had her, but now is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke,
Yes, we've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend upon. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every colour, every smell. What I saw, what I felt, every colour. Oh. Her blood. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head, could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? There's a clue. Is it the blood? Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Yes! You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Yunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Yes! Alright, I can't wait! It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. Let's go! It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is...
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. Oh, bless his heart. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Attention!
Wait a minute, where are you going with...
Shut up! Where are you going with this, little boy? I love it when she says shut up. Like, I know she's a villain, I know she's a murderer, but I love it when she says shut up. Shut up! It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood.
What?
Oh really? And what of it? Obviously that must have been happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Ah, the bullet didn't go through the body. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Yes. Giselle Brett. I beg your pardon?
Attention!
This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing? This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. You go, dude. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Okay, dude. Okay. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector? The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered. The steak.
Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Is there blood on it? Blood. Of course there isn't.
Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man. Show the court. The judge is really into this. It's like, yes, more evidence. Go, go, go. Of course, examine the plate at your leisure. There's no blood. No, no blood. What?
What? But there was blood. There was blood.
No blood anywhere.
What? But no, that's impossible.
I know, I saw it, I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. What a racist, xenophobic bitch. Ugh.
I could agree more in the case of this disgrace to the Empire.
I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch, but I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over.
Ha! This sorry-looking stick reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest.
Yes, I will. Miss Brett ordered for lunch. It was removed from the victim's table after the incident. Okay. Let's go. I thought just a figment of my imagination. This is it now. I've lost. Unusuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. Yes, Kazuma. Let's go. Come on, Ryunosuke. Come on. This is only the first case. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to the problematic in any way. Wait, let me have a look. I want to have a look. See, the blood was supposed to be here, but it's not. Sorry, you're not done speaking. I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Plaintiff's state reveal any other clues at all? There's another clue. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. I mean, steak is delicious. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found? I only have... Do these look like bite marks to you? They do look like bite marks. What is... I think it's the bite marks. Because when you eat a steak, you eat with a knife and fork, don't you? With a knife and fork. They don't look like they've been cut by a knife and fork. Those are big chunks for a petite woman like Miss Bat. Matter of fact, they do look like it's just been bitten off. Represent teeth marks. No, Counsel, I'm afraid that won't do. That was ambiguous at best. When you're asked to identify a detail like this, you must do so knowing there is a penalty for mistakes. No? Okay. The bull's head?
Got it!
No? I'm gonna have to save, don't I? Let me save. Wait, how do I save? Fuck, how do I save? Okay, I can't save. Hang on, there's a speck there. That. Don't think that speck means anything, does it? I'm stumped on this one.
Got it!
No, I can't. I couldn't save. Oh, I could save. Oh, I'm such an idiot. Oh, fuck. Guilty. Shit. No, I will not give up. No, 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 no. No, no. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Yes. Counsel for the... You are now clearly showed the court to what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beef steak is this new clue? Maybe I was wrong, there is no clue. At least we got 5. Why? What's on the edge? I can't see anything, but can you? Apparently there's something on the edge. But I don't get it.
Got it!
No, because there's nothing there. I must be so fucking dumb. Turn this stick over and over until I find something to help me out of this mess. Like what? What? I can't see anything. I genuinely can't. It must be on this side. God, I'm genuinely confused. You know? Can I zoom in or zoom out? No? Okay. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe there wasn't a clue here. Like, there's nothing there. There's nothing anywhere on this steak. I thought this brown speck could be something, but clearly not. Nothing on, like, the teeth mark. Oh, hello. Is that blood? Very small, but maybe not. No, I think that's just part of the steak. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was meant to say... What if I just say steak? looks like a very tasty steak. I think I should have said no, shouldn't I?
Got it!
Oh, what is it? I don't know. I can't see anything out of the new. Does anyone know? So the blood was here. The blood was here. Can I look at the other? You sure there isn't? It's not the bite marks. You sure? You positive? For fuck's sake, I don't know. Can anyone see? What am I missing? Let's have a look at the history. Oh, it won't tell me the entire history. Okay, can't I turn this steak over? I feel like you have to be very specific of what you need to pick out. But I don't know what.
Got it!
Fuck's sake. I really don't know. Maybe there is no clues on the steak. I can't see anything. I'm gonna try that again. There must be something on the steak. There must be. Am I blind? I can't believe I'm struggling with the first case. How do I go back? I think there's nothing on the steak. I don't know. There's no lines on this side. I have no idea.
Got it!
Getting sick of my bullshit now. Hmm? I think that's just a weird crop. I can't help but feel like there's nothing on the steak. There's something on the glass. But I can't go back.
Got it.
Okay, let me try the steak thing again. I haven't tried underneath. Like here. I'm really struggling. I don't know. It looks like a steak. It looks like a plate of steak. I don't know what you want from me. Maybe there's something in the juices? We haven't tried the juices. The steak juices? No? Okay. Well, I see, I tried the bull's head. So it's a new clue. What am I missing? Can I turn this round? You sure it's not a bull's head? Because a bull's head is not a new clue. Maybe it's a steak itself. I honestly don't think there's anything on the steak. I cannot see anything. Are you sure it's not this speck of brown dot that I can see right there?
Got it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go back to the saved game and go from there. Yes, off you go. Let the judge speak. God damn it! The defense is guilty despite the fact there are tons of evidence against Miss Brett. God damn. I think it's a no. If it really is a steak, then what could it be? Okay, so this is where we're from. The blood man, show the court. This time I'm gonna say no. I know I saw it, I'm sure of it. What's that? There's something over there. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't... God damn it, bitch. I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. What if I say no? Well, let me examine the evidence. Because I genuinely could not see anything. The only evidence I could see is that this section has like no juices. Nothing else? You know, it flies in the face of common sense that someone like you with no experience as a lawyer could last this long in a trial like this. How did you... Opportunities are always there for the taking, but only for those with the determination to grab them. Let's have another good look at that steak. Oh, the consumer's gonna try to... It better wait until after that. Maybe I should examine the evidence in more detail. Oh, for fuck's sake. So whether I say nothing or that there's evidence in the steak, this is...
Objection.
Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Reveal the shocking truth. Oh, for fuck's sake. Alrighty then, looks like we are looking at the steak again. So... there might be something here. I can't help but notice in his memory that something was weird on the edge of the steak. It might be that?
Got it.
No. Let's have a look at the steak in other pieces of the court. So... have you noticed that the fork has no steak juice on it? Does it have steak juice on it? It kind of does. But there's something right there. Like, what am I missing? And there was another plate of steak as well. But this one looks like it's a full steak. And he's dead. So who the fuck ate it?
Got it.
I'm really stuck. You're ambiguous at best. Like, if you look here, it doesn't look eaten. And there's some... That might be the steak sauce, actually. Oh my god. What is on the steak? No, seriously. Please tell me, give me something. Because I am genuinely confuzzled. I can't see anything unusual on this steak. Can you? And I tried the bite marks. It did not work. Anything on here? There's no juices. It's not a ball.
Got it.
I am so stumped. But I don't want to look at what it is. But what is it? Nope, I'm so lost. So, there's something on the steak, and I am not seeing it. On this plate is this new clue to be found? I don't know. I was forced to be here. Are those handprints?
Got it.
Let me find this out. Like... Ordered for lunch. It doesn't look like it was eaten by Miss Brett, though. Let me have a look. Let me have a look at it without any kind of pressure. Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Coban coin, and the hallmark is from the Holy era, I believe. What the fuck? No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Holy Coban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hore Korban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion in bouillon. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, and I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary though. This means... Shit. I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hore era too. That would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well, look. What, are you thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer it underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. A Korban coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. Okay, here we go. How do I get into underneath?
Got it!
How do I get underneath? Lilia, oh no! I don't know how to... No, I know what it is. How do I get to it? I kerfluffled it all up? What do you mean? Like, I know I have to get underneath the steak. I just don't know how. It won't let me. What do you mean I kerfluffled it all up? What have I done? Let's flip it. Flip it. There we go. Okay, we got all that. I didn't know you could click it to make it move. I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary though. This means that this is...
Got it!
Good gracious, that's... a Korban? What on earth? A Hore era one at that. Miss Brett. This is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it. I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin underneath the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
Yeah, don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen.
A rare Hooray Coburn that just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip out my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right, it can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency! Yes, Counsel? A rare Hooray Coburn just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now. By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. I mean, we all know she's guilty. That's no secret. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here? The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under the steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the Coburn that was found underneath the beefsteak is... Right. Him! Lost the Hooray era gold Coburn!
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasute Curio Korakuta-san. Curie? As in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. What a racist bitch. Ah, yes. The older man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with this Coburn coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hooray era Coburn, my prize coin. This Hooray era Coburn. Do you mean to tell me? No, please. Why would the Korakuta-san's Coburn be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense. No, it doesn't. Which is why I'm asking to bring Korakuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. Well, shit. A strong hunch that if we chase down the real significance of this Coburn, we'll find that it's a key element in the case. Oh yeah, he has a baby. I forgot about that. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless withered antique. Still think you're not allowed to bring a knife into the court. But hey, what do I know about courtroom laws? Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, O Korakuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves... Yes, that's it! The very exact one that it is! The resplendent... splendiferous Hooray treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Get me out of my misery! Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my holy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing! My guess is it's the baby. Well, there's a bet it's the baby. The evil little swines. Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. Wicked crimes indeed, yes. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes. I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Coben incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid the Kurakuta-san's Koben is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Yeah, I would like to hear this. Tell us, who was the despicable scoundrel that stole Kurakuta-san's Koben and hid it under the steak? It must be Mr. Wilson. He had the steak, right? No, it was Giselle. Giselle? Is it Giselle? It was either Giselle or the waiter. He had this. He was serving the steak. Giselle. Oh, Hosonaga. Is it clear though? I don't think it's clear. Actually, it might be 4. It's either John, Satoru, or Hosonaga. I don't know why. I genuinely believe Giselle when she says she doesn't know why it's sandwiched in why it's under the steak. So it might be this. He did serve it. I think it's him.
Take that!
Seems like a likely candidate for a Corbin thief. Come over in this. Huh? You shocked me, Kazuma. Not as much as you shocked me. No one could have approached the table unnoticed, even if you're a crazy fool. You couldn't have missed that. I'm not sure you should be calling Korakuta-san a crazy fool, Kazuma. It's you I was calling the crazy fool. Ah, maybe I'm on the wrong track here. Or maybe it's him actually. He was the one with... He was looking for this.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Iesa's Nosa? There we go. What? How? How dare you, you monster! Monster! I stole that Corbin, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ado! Ado is the mastermind behind all the... Oh my god! Who said it was the baby? Oh my god! Ado, the baby, the mastermind of the criminal. Oh my god, that is so hilarious. I love it. I was like, what? The fucking... Well, we can't arrest a baby now, can we? I told you he was a little devil. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Ah, I genuinely believed it was the baby. You... What am I watching? Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Iesa Nosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. What the fuck am I watching? God, that baby had a strength of 1,000 men, he does. It cracked the sergeant's back. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflict remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days, I'd go there and do reconnaissance. Is it reconnaissance? Reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Oh, he ate the steak. He sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. I was going to say, they look like really big tooth marks. And your target that day was the old man and his Corbin? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. Veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot.
I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ado too. Fuck. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the stake, hoping that I'll be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett. Of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. He really annoys me. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency? Indeed. The theft of the Coburn was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense, it's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Oh, did you think of something? Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? There is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I felt like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking, make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over. Yes.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? I can't remember her parting words, if I'm going to be honest.
Objection! What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork... Wait, how does she know? It's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I might. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, Counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it? I think it's this one. Nope, it is not that one. That doesn't look like it was bitten.
Take that!
This is the evidence right here. Well? Oh, fuck. Well, Miss Brett, this attempt to incriminate me is as brutish as the sergeant's eating habits. You really need to learn some more gentlemanly habits, little boy. Little boy. Let me save this. First. Okay. Well, what parting words are you talking about? Let me have a look at this. There was no sign of the steak here. Wait, didn't she say she was the one eating the steak? I'm pretty sure she did.
Take that!
The photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred. What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. That's what I was trying to do. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
Then take a good look at the steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. The bite marks. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there.
Oh.
It looks like Miss Brett has realised something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife or fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously...
Oh, she's not happy.
Oh, whatever you say, dear lady.
As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Of course. So this will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave him.
Shut up! I've had enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic.
Oh, of course. Dear lady.
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have you ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Yunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Had all allegedly with cutlery. I'd allegedly be eating with cutlery. The reason why the blood stain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such a conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet.
Has been... what?
But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
He's talking about the gun. The trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it. I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? I think it was him. He's a sergeant. Of course he would have a gun.
Take that!
Oh, fuck. So it would be Jezebel? But she left, didn't she? That was my last one. I suck at this. Clearly. Yes, I'm guilty. But it's fine. We can start from the scene. I did not see if... Retry from the scene. It's fine. It's fine. So it will be Jezebel. Giselle. Or did I say Jezebel? Giselle Brett.
Take that!
No? The detective. This is the last act in this trial. I do have center stage in this guy. The detective. He's the one that gave us most of the evidence. Come on, you.
Take that!
The answer is obvious, is it? It's not obvious to me. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the stick with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Korokuta-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Teen-chan! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still... I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal. But that makes no sense! That plate was taken from the victim's table. Objection. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over? You did stretch the plates?
Wait. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Yes, because... Oh, they're two completely different steaks. This steak hasn't been eaten. I was wondering about that. Holy shit. Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, then that'll be it. I'll be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what I had to be done.
Believable!
However, fear not, Prosecutor Son.
What now?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform. That is all I did, sir.
Oh, you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
So, if Sergeant knows to switch the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. She's unhappy. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. What can that possibly tell us now? It's the one that has the blood on it. I mean, a cold slab of tough meat. It can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of this time, lady.
I beg your pardon?
Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the stinker pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no?
You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me.
The reason the defense are asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. The blood. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beef steak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir. Sorry for keeping you. Here is the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. Yep, I'm seeing blood. The blood stain. Yes. It's clearly visible. Look.
Yes!
Yes! Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. It's you! Oh. Oh, what's happening? All done. By a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No. No. No! Ah! There's a lot of chickens. Oh god, what is happening? Where the fuck is she going? Chickens! Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth, this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using Curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water, because Curare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. It would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. God, that scared the life out of me. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Well, of course, it would be under your skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right. There were two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, bang! Bang! That's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Why wasn't the gun being put into evidence? Oh, she's got it. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo's son was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside.
That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. No one has anything to say? Your Excellency. Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. She's not going to jail? She murdered a fellow man. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be. Takatsuchi Ochi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. You better start getting used to tough position. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? This insult to the Ochi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Yes! I love it. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Ochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world, but the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Sogi? Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Kazuma? Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it? Unusual potential. I don't know if I should take that as a compliment or an insult. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yay! We finally did it! It took longer than it should, but we did it! We did it! Woo! Cherry petals! Cherry blossom petals! This court is now adjourned. Yay! 22nd of November, 2:46 p.m., Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber 5. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Runosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh, no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Oh, yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense. Speaking of Mikotoba, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. There's the mustache man, Naruhodo. You did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh, no, it is I who shall be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh, yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you work together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. I don't think you're allowed. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts... Don't know what that was. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Absolutely. That's what I've been asking. Oh yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What? What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's a true culprit after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. Wait. What? Shanghai? She didn't go to... What? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? Yeah, I don't understand. We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who's going to bring her to justice?
A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. Of course. And they will hear her side, because she looks like she's from a noble family. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan? I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. That's unfair. The British government's foreign affairs ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor... You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, may I suggest La Carnival? As a head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? And you have tuberculosis. Let's not worry about details for now. To La Carnival, will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, the La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. Ha ha! I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Is it something like soppy, like trust?
Knowledge of the law? No, the ability to believe. You gotta believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it? I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stop believing in me. Well, you face seemingly hopeless situations time and again, and you never stop looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Unosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. You sound serious. What is... Oh, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain. Don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. Woo! We have done the first trial, so my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Sasato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. What's gonna happen on the next case? We won't know until next week. Defense debut. Thanks, Steam. Oh my god, we're on to episode 2. Right, I am going to leave it there. That was a hell of a ride. Thank you ever so much, everyone, for joining me in this super long stream. I do hope you guys very much enjoyed this stream. It's lovely to have you guys. Before I go, I am going to raid somebody. Oh shit, Kadikarus is on there. I do like Kadikarus. He's known for doing like Bandicoot months. In his channel, for any Crash Bandicoot fans out there. And now he is playing Chronicles 2? Lunity? Lunity Spell. So do give him all the love in the world. I do like him. He's one of my favorite YouTubers. But anyway, guys, thank you ever so much for joining me in my stream. It is a pleasure to have you guys here. And I want to say thank you to Big Ro for giving out 2 sub gifts. Very much appreciated, lovelies. And anyway, do take care. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And hopefully I will see you guys tomorrow for Words on Wednesday. Do take care. Bye bye.